9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. You get to spend it with the timeless Elite this Wednesday night for Dynamite. This is a special 4-hour edition. You get 2 hours of Dynamite, 2 hours of Collision. I have my snacks ready. I have my soda ready. So I will be with you for the next 4 hours. And we do have a lots of matches coming your way. As I mentioned, we saw my client, the timeless one, the AEW Women's Champion. She is going to be teaming up with Mina Shirakawa against Skye Blue and Julia Hart. We have Kenny Omega, Brody King, Claudio Castagnoli, Mascara, Dorada for the AEW International Championship. We have John Moxley taking on Mark Briscoe. And also, pausing for a minute because Tony Schiavone is in the ring with Will Ospreay. And they're showing the clip from last week after Dynamite, where Will Ospreay and Swerve got into it, because I think this is going to be a bigger picture, because this is more than just a Death Rider, more than just an AEW Championship. This is going to be more about the Death Riders. And you see this, they came to blows. Oh boy, not good. But let's see what Will Ospreay has to say. And that's what Darby's been saying. The Death Riders are the enemy. And you can hear the fans rooting for Swerve. And it's true. Will Ospreay and Swerve are friends in real life. And Will Ospreay was on Swerve's podcast last year. Oh, Lord. So we were getting Ospreay versus Swerve, but it looks like we're getting an appearance from Lio Rush in Action Andretti from Crew, which is very out of the blue because it's like, what are they coming out for? Very curious on what's going to happen. Did he really call him Tommy Schiavone? Oh my god, the fans. Why you gotta disrespect the Brits? Disrespecting the Brits. Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's sold out. Denver, Colorado, it's sold out for Fyter Fest, which is pretty cool. So it looks like on Collision it'll be Will Ospreay versus Lio Rush on Collision. And I think you do the gauntlet. Will Ospreay won Swerve Strickland next week. As you mentioned, Moses, summer blockbuster, which also, by the way, it is 4 hours. So you'll be getting back-to-back 4 hours of watch-alongs with me. But Will Ospreay had a lot to say, and you know, the road to all in Texas is heating up. Thank you. Happy for Fyter Fest. I wouldn't miss Fyter Fest for the world. And also, they're showing the promo that was aired on Collision this past week with Mark Briscoe because he wants Jon Moxley. Hi, Frank Garcia. Thank you for joining on my Timeless Elite Wednesday with me because you get to rock with me for 4 hours. And it's going to be fun. And it's so funny, Boza, you mentioned that because we were talking about the Fatal 4-Way match the next couple of weeks. And I said, but instead of Swerve, it was going to be Moxley, Hangman, Ospreay, and Darby. I think Darby is going to be included somehow. One wrestling prediction for the Fatal 4-Way for the All Elite World Championship of Texas. That would be Will Ospreay hands down. It could be. I mean, it's shaping up to be a good, solid Fatal 4-Way match. But we actually are kicking off with our next match. Jon Moxley. And of course, he has that little run. Wheeler Yuta and Marina Shafir. He will be taking on Mr. Mark Briscoe. So I'm pretty sure we're going to probably see Willow Nightingale. And Willow and Marina needs to happen at All In. I mean, I love my client, Toni Storm, Mercedes Mone. Of course they want a main event. I would love for that to happen. But let's see what they can build up to the next level. Because I'm all in for a women's match main event, AEW. It just makes me sad that Toni and Mariah didn't do it first. But can't cry over spilled milk, and I would not have a problem with Mercedes and Toni. Just make sure you build a compelling story that takes it to a little bit of the level. Yeah, the match is there, but it's just I would like it compelling. Boza, yes, we will talk about Mariah May throughout the 4 hours. I'm very happy to talk about her because I did talk about this a little bit, but we will. And just to let you know, as I mentioned, Jon Moxley versus Mark Briscoe. My client, the Timeless One, Toni Storm, and Mina Shirakawa taking on Skye Blue and Julia Hart. Thekla, the Poison Spider, makes her in-ring debut after she attacked my client, Jamie Hayter. We also, as I mentioned, Kenny Omega, Brody King, Claudio Castagnoli, Mascara, Dorada in a 4-way match for the AEW International Championship. We also have FTR taking on Atlantis Jr. and Templario. La Facción and Complenable taking on Komander, Kevin Knight, and Speedball Mike Bailey. And we're also going to hear from the Hurt Syndicate. I'm very curious, along with MJF as the newest addition, and very curious on what's going to happen because Mark Briscoe, he is all heart, puts everything in the ring. I'm sure he's going to have some backup with him because, of course, he still has Willow from the conglomeration still. Because that's the one thing about Mark Briscoe. He's respected by everyone. He's respected by everyone. It's like, how can you not like Mark Briscoe? And also feel free to put in the chat on what match that you're willing to see. What match are you looking forward to? And do you think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans in this match between Moxley and Mark Briscoe? Because, like I said, we're here for 4 hours. I have my snacks, so this is going to be a fun match between these two. These two know each other very well. Referee, ring the bell, and here we go. I just want somebody to hit that little round wheeler Yuta. And then also July 9th through the 12th, that's going to be the week leading into All in Texas. And of course, they have events throughout the week. Dynamite, they have Collision. Ring of Honor is included. Lots of stuff happening. And what's he doing staring at the announcers? Because you have Ian Riccaboni, Excalibur, and Taz. So we're going to see Nigel McGuinness and Tony Schiavone on Collision. I don't think it's the last time we're going to see Nigel McGuinness in the ring. You think Boza? You can see, well, I won't be surprised if Stokely did, but I'm just waiting for Tony Schiavone to just shove Stokely. I just want Tony Schiavone to just shove that weasel for once. Because he deserves a good beating. Oh, and Mark Briscoe, he ain't wasted no time. He's trying to put the submission hold onto Jon Moxley. I hope Moxley did not think this is going to be a joke with Mark Briscoe. And thank you for that, because yes, Dynamite will be in Mexico in partnership with CMLL. Hopefully, because, you know, we got playoffs in the basketball world, hockey world, tennis happening, everything happening on TNT TBS. So we shall see. I'm going to say it before and I'm going to say it again. Jon Moxley is definitely Peter Griffin's long lost brother. I said what I said. I said what I said. I know, it's crazy. Yeah, but because it was popping so much on Twitter. Like, if you go on Twitter and people have this comparison, they will literally say with the V-neck shirt that he wears, he looks exactly like Peter Griffin's brother. Like, he could be a brother. And actually, that would be so bad. Actually, that would be really cool if he did a guest star on Family Guy and he played like his love lost brother. That would be a cool storyline. I mean, you had Excalibur on there. And look at Mark Briscoe doing his thing. I wish you punched that runt wheelie unit. Yeah, thank you. He hurt his hand. Get that little runt out of there. I will say he's getting a lot of jeers. Look at that runt wheelie dude trying to take advantage while Marina Shafir has the referee distracted. Ooh, Mark Briscoe is busted open. After taking a hit by Wheelie Yuta, he is busted open. Well, it's a possibility, Boza, but if Hangman doesn't, Darby or Ospreay, I could see getting the belt. Well, I could see Darby getting it. If Darby's included in the Fatal 4-Way match, because a couple weeks later, Dynamite is coming to Seattle, Washington. And you know who's from Seattle, Washington, Darby Allin. And I think that would be really cool for him to return in his hometown, in his home state, and just really... I know, Boza, I'll laugh, but I mean, Hangman could, because Hangman does have a story, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was Ospreay. And also, just to let you know, the match is live, but it's in picture-in-picture. So the match is going on live, and Mark Briscoe, he's getting busted open, and Jon Moxley's taking advantage. If you're with me, you're with Timeless Elite Wednesday, with your PR princess, your Timeless Elite Stone Cold Courtney, whatever you want to call me, here with all of you on this 4-hour edition of my watch along, because we have 2 hours of Dynamite, 2 hours of Collision. Hi to Carwell. Thank you for joining on this watch along for Timeless Elite Wednesday. I know she mentioned about it, Elena Black, because we were talking about that for her. And who will win an exclusive non-title match between Jey Uso and Montez Ford? That's actually an interesting question, because we have seen I actually do, and I do apologize that I missed your chat to Carwell, because trying to get everybody's chat, trying to do this watch along. But going back to your point regarding Jey Uso and Montez Ford, that'd actually be really interesting, with the fact that Montez Ford, I would like to see a singles one with Montez Ford. I think that would be very interesting for him, and I wouldn't mind seeing him go one-on-one with Jey Uso. I think that would be a really, really, really fun match. But going back to this, we are back alive with Mark Briscoe John Moxley, and this is a non-title match, by the way. And Mark Briscoe, he's busting open in the face, but he's showing a lot of offense. He's showing that kung fu that he does so well, and I love it. And you can't count out Mark Briscoe. You just can't count him out. Nice move by Mark Briscoe. He's showing a lot of offense tonight. That replay was crazy. Nice clothesline by Mark Briscoe. Also, you know what? I actually just thought of something. I would not be shocked if Gabe Kidd interfered, only because he has history with Mark Briscoe from New Japan days, with Mark and his brother. I would not be shocked if he did. Because I remember, I forget, it was on an episode of Collision where Gabe Kidd had a match. And it was posted on AEW socials that Gabe got into Mark's face. And they almost came to blows with each other. And also, I want to address something that happened last week. I did not appreciate him spitting in Willow's face. I just think that was degrading. Why would you want to spit in someone's face? Sean's trying to end this match right away. But nice offense by Mark Briscoe. I hope Moxley did not think this was an easy opponent, because Mark is no joke. He did a lot last year. He was in the Continental Classic last year, had a very strong performance. He's feeling froggy, and Moxley got him in a submission hold. Does he have him locked up pretty good? And Mark, he's really trying to break it, especially after what happened last week in that mixed trios match. Oh my goodness. Looks like he's doing the armbar on Mark Briscoe. But Mark Briscoe put his feet on the ropes. And he's still in this match. I'm getting sick of this little runt, really, Yuta. I just wish somebody would beat the crap out of him. I'm really getting sick of him. And then, of course, Marina Shafir. But when in doubt, you're going to find Willow, because she's good friends with Mark Briscoe. Not only she would help her friend Orange Cassidy, she would also help her friend Mark Briscoe. It looks like Mark Briscoe trying to put that move in. Oh, and he hit it perfectly! Perfectly, Mark Briscoe. Oh my God. Moxley kicked out of his finisher, and that very rarely ever happens. But this this is actually a good match to start off. I remember Jay Briscoe won the Ring of Honor World Championship from Kevin Owens in Ring of Honor Wrestling event final battle. Remember that, Courtney? Oh, thank you for putting that up there. I didn't watch much of Ring of Honor back in the day, but I know some of the guys that wrestled back in the day made a lot of waves, as you mentioned, like the Briscoes, Kevin Owens, Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, Nigel McGuinness, a lot of those guys. And it's nice to show some of that archive footage again. And it looked like Mark Briscoe's up, and he looks like he's dazed. And Moxley it looks like he has a submission hold locked in. Oh, that was really close. That was super close. But John has that submission hold locked in. He has it locked in. I don't know if Mark's going to tap, but it looks like he may pass out. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. Mark didn't tap out. He's passed out, but your winner of this match is your AEW World Heavyweight Champion, Jon Moxley. Won the match by submission. It was a good match to start off Dynamite, but it was a match of Jon Moxley. Oh, that little runt wheelie, he's talking trash. And also next week, Summer Blockbuster is a 4-hour special event in Portland, Oregon. And then 2 weeks after that, as Bosa mentioned, AEW Grand Slam Mexico for 2 hours. So that would be really cool. They did like a collision in Mexico. I wonder if they're in Mexico for a little bit longer, it would be cool if they did one in Mexico. And thank you for that, Mystico. That's really awesome. And the one thing I will say, and I said this a couple weeks ago, I do love that they highlight some of the stars from CMLL, New Japan, and Stardom that not many people are familiar with, because it really gives them a brief montage on who they are, the wrestling, and also how they started. And I love that they do this little montage. So I got to give kudos to AEW's video production. Mystico was the original Sin Cara. Oh, thank you for that, Boza. That is a trivia that I will know. And Mark should be proud. That is true. Mark Briscoe did put up a fight. I always give congratulations to him because he is definitely one of the heartbeats that thrives in AEW. So, exactly, the conglomeration. If it's him and Willow and Ish, I would be great at that too. But, and also next week, Mystico returns on Summer Blockbuster. I'm very curious on who's his opponent going to be. But feel free to put in the chat on who do you think Mystico should face. I'm very excited for that. But next week, Summer Blockbuster, 4 hours, Portland, Oregon. Oh, and looky, and it's only 8:30. Look who decides to show up. The TBS champion and the winner of the Owen Hart Women's Foundation, Mercedes Mone. I will say I do like her pink dress. I like good taste in fashion. She has a really nice pink dress. Yes, Boza, as I mentioned earlier, Mercedes Mone will be joining commentary for this women's tag team match. And I can tell you it will probably end in a lot of chaos. And I don't know why, but I feel like Mercedes has something up her sleeve because she has the money and she has everything else. And I know she does it, but why do I feel like she has something up her sleeve? I became a feature wrestler. Oh, nice. Well, make sure you keep that voice in your dream, Frank Garcia, because that is something to consider, and you may be a benefit within Ring of Honor and wrestling. So keep doing what you're doing. She has to keep up with the fashion. She thinks Beyonce knows a professional wrestler. Well, you know, Boza, it's really interesting because I know there's been a lot of talk about her being the Beyonce of professional wrestling, which, you know, it's her opinion. She wants to feel that way. But thank God Seth's not here, but he needs to cover his ears. Because I wasn't going to say you're not the Beyonce of professional wrestling. I kind of see you more as the Brandy Norwood of professional wrestling. Because when you think about it, Brandy, Monica, and Aaliyah all walked. So Beyonce could run later in life and take it to the next level. Because you have to really think, when Brandy first started out, she was about 14, 15 when she released her debut album. She had her own TV show. She had her own doll line. And with the fact she was in Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella with being the first African-American woman to be in that. And also during that period of the 90s, how many girls wanted to replicate Brandy's braids? Because that was very iconic, if you really think about it. And also for me, Brandy kind of set up the blueprint so Beyonce could run. That's just me. That's just me. I mean, she's entitled to say her opinion, but I think of Mercedes Moné as the Brandy of professional wrestling. And I said what I said. And people can fight me for it. Oh, nice. Jason Moroz will be wrestling. Nice. Good for you. But it looks like we're on commercial because we're getting ready for the women's match, which, shockingly enough, it's early. So I thought at least it would be at like their original 9:30, but I guess they want to kick off this women's match. I just hope this is not the only women's match on this card, because it's 4 hours. Because you have Dynamite, you also have Collision. So I could probably see another women's match happening somewhere down the line. I could see that happening. But it's on commercial right now, just waiting for Dynamite to kick in. But thank you guys for joining with me, because we are almost at the halfway point of hour number 1. So just me, it's going to be fun. And thank you for being on with me, because, well, you know, it's time to Silly Wednesday. And we did see Mercedes Moné, the TBS champion and the winner of the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament, come out. And we're going to see my client, the Timeless One, in action. So there you have it. And she's on comment. Well, I have my headphones in, so I can't listen to her commentate, but it's going to be very interesting to see how she commentates. I'm surprised they didn't give her a chair. I'm surprised they didn't give her a chair. Oh, well, oh, she has a fancy table. And, oh, sorry, lady, but, there's my client, the multi-time women's champion. I always do love her women here. Luther coming in as usual. Oh, that's great. It'll be here in your hometown of Texas. Thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, I live in the East Coast, and I'm not sure if I'm able to travel to Texas at this time, but Chris Munoz or whatever you want to, congratulations on your event. And oh my God, Mercedes Moné has a steak, and it looks like a glass of wine or champagne on the table. And it's like dinner in a movie theater. She's going to be watching this. But my client's waiting on her tag team partner, Mina Shirakawa. I will say I do like her hair. I do like her red color, her hair color. It really does suit her. I know, right? It's like beneath me. Because you saw he was trying to pull something on me during Dynamite, WWT live today, but we ain't having it. I'm looking at, oh my goodness. I'm looking at Toni. She's just dancing away to be the Shirakawa's theme. And I love it. Yeah, she has a glass of wine and steak. And here come their opponents, Julia Hart and Skye Blue. And it's very interesting. Feel free to check out on WWT Live's YouTube and social channels. I had the chance to interview Julia Hart when she was at the Queen of the Ring red carpet premiere. And Julia was very fun. And if you do see the video, I actually made her laugh. And it was actually an authentic laugh in a way. But she was just so fun to talk to. And she's really somebody that I do enjoy seeing in the ring. And also Skye Blue as well, as I had the chance to interact with her after the movie premiere. So sweet, both of them. And it's... Well, Frank, thank you so much for that. Do appreciate that, but make sure to talk to our boss lady about that because she oversees WWT Live. So take it up with her. But Skye Blue, Julia Hart, back together again. And is Mercedes on her phone? Oh my! She's not even. Oh, I don't think she's gonna pay attention. I know this is her character, but she's not gonna pay attention to this match. Oh my god. Well, the ladies have it. It's Mina, Shirakawa, and Skye Blue kicking it off in this tag team match. And I like it. And of course, we have Mercedes winning in commentary, but it looks like she's on her phone and not paying attention to the match. Which is fine, because I'm going to be paying attention to my client. Ooh, nice move by Mina Shirakawa. One day she's going to be AEW Women's Champion. I know, right? She's studying mine. Nice tag team action. Teamwork makes the dream work between Mina and Toni Storm. And this is not the first time they teamed up together. They actually teamed up in Stardom. Actually, in Japan last year, when people were saying, "Where are the world's Toni Storm?" They teamed up together in Japan. Tag is made to Mina Shirakawa. Ooh, nice move by Skye Blue. Tag is made to Julia Hart. Ooh, she got the tarantula, Julia Hart, onto Mina. She's taking photos on social. She's not even paying attention to this match. My God. I know, Boza. I know. Actually, that would be pretty funny if she threw wine at one of the girls' faces. That would be hilarious. Nice teamwork by Skye Blue and Julia Hart. And this is where they can get very, very dangerous. Oh! And look at my client. Oh, who does she think she is? Putting about my client. And she's like, Luther's trying to like revive her. The poor thing. But I know Toni is a fighter. She will get up. And even though the match is in picture, the match is still going on live. And if you're joining me right now, this is Timeless Elite Wednesday. Your PR princess, everything you need to know. We got a women's tag team match. We have my client, the AEW Women's Champion, Toni Storm, taking on Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa taking on Skye Blue and Julia Hart. I can tell you this is a very long day because I'm trying to get myself together. And we still got a lot more action to go later tonight. And of course, you're going to see the Poison Spider Thekla in action. I'm very curious on how they're going to... Mercedes is just living it. She's just like eating her steak, doing her wine, like, C-E-O, C-E. No. Girl, if I were you, I would take your opponent very seriously, lady. If I were you. And my client, Toni Storm, Luther trying to revive her, and she's on the floor still. So I know she will get back up. She should be looking closely instead of drinking all that wine. I know, right, Boza? That's crazy. You know what? I just thought of something. I was just thinking about this too because I know our wonderful mayor said, "Oh, chop out the Skye Blue onto my client, Toni Storm." And she's laid out outside the ring, and Mercedes, she's just enjoying this on her phone. Yeah. Luther's trying to check on her. I can say I know Luther is probably not looking in. Looks like Julia and Skye Blue have the upper hand here since Clyde's outside the ring. Mercedes is taunting her. Fucking wrong. And you know, Boza, I was thinking about something too because Sed was pointing out that she beat like every single top tier woman on the roster. There's actually one woman she hasn't faced yet in AEW, and that is Thunder Rosa. She has not faced. Could you imagine if Thunder Rosa won the TBS title from Mercedes one day? That would be so diabolical. Insane. And we're back alive with AEW Fyter Fest. My client, the Timeless One, and Mina Shirakawa taking on Julia Hart and Skye Blue. And of course, we have the TBS champion, the Owen Hart Cup Women's winner, Mercedes Monet, at ringside doing commentary because she's eating her steak and wine because, you know, that's what she does as a CEO. She does. Hi, Bobby Patina. Thank you for joining on this special edition of Timeless Elite Wednesday. It's a special 4-hour edition. So get ready, get in there. I think after this, I don't think I'm going to do a post show after this, but this will be ongoing action. Ooh, nice move by my client. My client's just taking it, but nice counter by Julia Hart. Punch by Mina Shirakawa. Nice counter by Julia Hart. That is true, Bobby. She hasn't wrestled against Alex Windsor either. But also, and this is nothing against Alex Windsor either, but you have to think on like top tier women in AEW. And that's why the only person that I thought of was Thunder Rosa. She hasn't faced yet, which is so bizarre. That would be kind of funny if Thunder Rosa took that TBS title from her. That would be hilarious. Yeah, the end of the month, close to the end of the month. They will be in Seattle, Washington. And that would be crazy if Darby Allin made a surprise because it's in his hometown. I could see that happening. I could see that happening for Darby. I wouldn't be shocked if Mercedes interfered in this match, but the tag is made to Toni. And here comes Toni and Skye Blue. Ooh, nice one. Nice powerbomb. Ooh, a nice forearm by Mina. That's what you have to do. You got to protect your teammates. Protect your team. No, ladies. It's not the time for do lip locks in the ring. Focus on the match. Ladies. Ladies. I know you guys want to lip lock and you love each other, but time and place to do the ring. Hip attack. Bobby, don't worry. Harley Cameron will win the TBS title. Harley Cameron will win it. But just to let you know, Harley Cameron is going to be out for a bit after taking a gruesome injury last week during her match. So, my client, and the match is over. My client, the title's won. She picked up the victory via submission, and your winner is Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa. And you can tell Mercedes Mone is unhappy. I would have loved it if she threw wine in her face. She has a glass of wine. I would love it. Oh, they do love each other. Well, Mina, she left Toni alone to handle her business. I love her. You know what she should have done? She should have threw that wine in her. She took her piece of steak. I love this. She took her steak, but she didn't take her wine. Oh my god. Oh man. This is great. See, she's timeless. Mercedes doesn't like it when the spotlight is on someone else as popular as her. Well, I would say the most popular babyface. Oh, she has a wine. See, this would have been a perfect opportunity for her to beat the crap out of her. This would be the perfect. And we have Lexi there talking to Will Ospreay. So it's official next week. It will be Swerve Strickland and Will Ospreay, and look who decided to show up, MJF. Well, that's very ironic because he did beat Hangman. Oh, you know they're going to have a fight. See, since he has a Hurt Syndicate, I would be very, very cautious. Bobby Lashley trying to clean up Will Ospreay. Well, oh, I didn't catch that, Bosa. Yeah, that's a big no-no when you talk about his wife that way. And well, Bosa, just to let you know, I know Lexi has been behind the paywall, but she's also a backstage correspondent on Collision too. It's not just Ring of Honor; she's also been doing a lot of backstage for Collision. So if you watch Collision, Lexi's there. I've been having a good day. Thank you, Bobby, for asking. Yeah, I know. MJF, he thinks he's big and bad because he has a Hurt Syndicate, but him and the Hurt Syndicate are going to learn the hard way because I think there's a few people that really want to take it on, and I don't know what's going to happen with the tag team titles because it's too soon to do an FTR. Because FTR just turned heel. No, of course. Of course. That I will say that was a funny episode. I feel like anytime Will is on there, it's just like it's just so funny. I knew for a minute he was going to talk about Mariah May, but yeah, both said maybe, but I feel like, and this is just me because I'm a person that loves tag teams. I feel like I would not be shocked if FTR and the Hurt Syndicate did do an alliance and just swept the floor off of every single tag team because we have not seen Private Party since they lost. We have not seen this. We too soon for Kyle O'Reilly and Roger Strong. Too soon for them. Also have to deal with Grizzled Young Veterans. I'm trying to think of like other tag teams in my head. The Outrunners. I know they're feuding with the Don Callis family. That's another thing. Yep. Bobby, we haven't seen them since they got destroyed by the Hurt Syndicate. But it would be interesting if FTR and the Hurt Syndicate did team up a bit. It just ramshacked the whole tag team division except one. Now, I'm manifesting this because 2026, I believe it'll be the resurgence. Yep, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett too, and we haven't seen them since, which is so bizarre. But 2026, I'm manifesting, and I'm having a fun timeline with this, and I'm doing this for fun. My clients see Acclaimed making a comeback in 2026. And I say that because Wembley Stadium is next year. Because, of course, I saw over the weekend that FTR are the winningest tag team in AEW. And the only reason they got it is because my clients are dissolved. If they weren't dissolved, they would have gotten more wins. But that's a different conversation that I'll get into. But I'm going to have fun on creating a timeline for 2026 because I feel like there's so much. Because I'm going to tell you something. They're lucky they're not facing off against my clients because the Hurt Syndicate. Because I feel like there's a lot of unfinished business with the fact MVP gave a card to Caster and it sparked a dark cloud over the Acclaim. And also with the fact, too, they still have unfinished business with FTR. So I'm going to have some fun with this. But that's 2026. And that's when they come back to Wembley Stadium. And that would just be so crazy for them to have that comeback in one of the biggest events of the year, Wembley Stadium. But speaking of tag team, we have the reigning AEW tag team champions, the Hurt Syndicate and MJF and MVP. And as I mentioned, we're going to hear from them pretty sure regarding the tag team division that's happening. Because as you know, they beat Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara at Double or Nothing. So feel free to put in the channel who you think should be the next contenders to go, because we do have some tag teams in the mix, but at the same time, you don't want to pull the trigger on too soon. You don't want to pull the trigger on FTR just yet. Oh, Gates of Agony. And you know what's interesting? When they face off against Gates of Agony, they almost gave a run for their money. Gates of Agony and the Outrunners almost gave them a run for their money, which that's no joke. I wouldn't mind seeing them go round 2. But I do see them holding on to the tag team titles till the end of this year. And they are the most over tag team since they're the most over tag team since my clients acclaimed. I know, Courtney, you said it's real. Oh, that would be kind of funny, but let's hear what the Hurt Syndicate has to say. People are rooting for Bobby Lashley, as he should. He's one of the most respected athletes. And Shelton. They booed MJF. He used to live in Denver. Jeez, give a thumbs down. It's hard because for them to be a heel, they're so over. I don't think terrified. It's just you don't want to put some teams on too soon. Part of me wishes my clients see Acclaim and split up, but I'm saving it for Wembley. Wembley next year. Wembley next year. You know, it's funny. He's lucky Will Ospreay didn't have backup for the Hurt Syndicate. Is Be Love Triple B. It's funny he wasn't in the tournament. Not surprised. You mentioned the USA. Fix my camera. Well, that's true. He's going to be on Happy Gilmore, too, in the summer. Yeah, he put the plug in for Happy Gilmore, too. So it looks like MJF's putting the challenge on the Mystical. Because next week he'll be watching his match at next week's Summer Blockbuster. And if everything goes well, he could put the challenge on him. Oh, Speedball Mike Bailey! What is Speedball Mike Bailey? Komander? Kevin Knight? What are they doing out here? I know they got a trios match happening. This is like one of the first few times I've ever heard Komander speak. Thank you for the translation, Excalibur. People love Lucha Libre. They gotta give respect to Lucha Libre. That is true. Well, they do have a trios match happening tonight. Well, of course they didn't accept it. I'm curious how they would if they go up against FTR. How that interaction would go. You know, it's funny. They're not going to go to some of the other tag teams. Well, just to let you know, I know, Bosa. Exactly. It's crazy because, like I said, it's like you don't want to pull the trigger on FTR just yet. You have Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong who are undefeated, but you don't want to pull it on them. You have the Grizzled Young Veterans. Yeah, it's funny. I think what he's thinking of, he doesn't think of like Komander, Kevin Knight, and Speedball like on his level for tag teams, which is very odd with the fact Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey do pretty good as a tag team. They do so good as a tag team. They do so good as a tag team. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy. It is very crazy. But but like I said, Boza, I mean, we're just gonna have to wait. Because too soon for FTR. Too soon for Roddy and Kyle. Same thing with the Grizzly Young Veterans. I could see the Gates of Agony rolling in again. I could see the Outrunners going again. But I'm manifesting on my clients he claimed. But that, like I said, that's 2026. And there's a lot of ways to go. Hi, Eddie Foster. Thank you for joining on this watch along for Time to See Wednesday. And we are finally in hour number 2 of this 4-hour show. As you know, we are in trios action. La Facción Incomprenable. Dralistico, Rouge, and the Beast Mortos taking on Speedball Mike Bailey, Kevin Knight, and Komander. And this is going to be a fun trios match, and I'm excited. And this is one of the first few times I've heard Komander speak. And he speaks English perfectly. And also feel free in the chat on who you guys think is going to win this trios match. And Speedball, he's delivering those kicks. I will say he put on a really good match against Okada. He put a really good match on. Right. All right, Bobby, you're picking Speedball Mike Bailey's team. Kick out by Rouge. It's nice to see Kevin Knight back because he was in that New Japan Super Juniors tournament. And I did hear he had a very solid performance along with Nick Wayne. Both of them had very solid performances. And also, it's official, Will Ospreay, Leo Rush, 1-on-1. That's still to come tonight. That will be on the Collision hour, folks. It'll be on Collision. So, and I like the segment because once Dynamite ends, we can go right into Collision. Oh my goodness. And yes, Thekla, the Toxic Spider, will be making her in-ring debut tonight. I'm very curious on who she's going to face. And we're also going to hear from Hangman Adam Page after what went down last week. Pretty sure we're going to probably hear from Swerve tonight. And La Facción Incomprenable is just putting on the work. Oh, nice tag team. Nice teamwork by LaFoxio and the Castagnoli. They're just doing work on speedball. Oh my god! Woo! They just took out all three. LFI, they're really they're really putting in work. They're putting in the work. But even though, the match is in picture-in-picture, the match is still going live. Hi, Ari Babala. I know, everybody's been asking me, like, it's interesting because people, even our councilman during WWE Live, everybody's asking me, like, what do you think of Mariah May? What do you think of Mariah May in NXT? Look, people tend to forget this was her dream to be in WWE. She started off as a model for WWE Shop. Then she wrestled. She wrestled all over the world. In New Japan and Stardom before signing with AEW. That was part of one of the hottest storylines with my client, Toni Storm. And of course, she probably said this in numerous interviews, she wasn't going to resign with AEW, and that was considered a launching pad. So I do wish Mariah May the best. This was her dream to be in WWE. I just don't want AEW to be used as a launching pad because I really want them to keep homegrown talent that wants to be there in the long run, and also really need to revamp. And I meant this too. It's like I think Toni and everybody in the executive office really needs to think about and revamp their women's division, because Mercedes and Toni, you can't revolve it around them forever. You got to include some of your other key players in this. You got to include Willow, Jamie Hayter, Chris Statlander, Thunder Rosa, Julia Hart, Skye Blue, Queen Aminata, a lot of other ladies. Of course, they kind of lose rates, but this is where character development, and this is where WWE always has it with character development. This is where they kind of need to develop their own character and really kind of evolve that to the next level. And I do think there is a lot of things for some stars because they don't have that character development. There's ways that they can be developed in their women's division. Just have to figure out the niche and pretty much creating storylines that are more than just the respective titles. So I'm happy for Mariah May. I do wish her the best of luck. She was one of the top females in AEW, and like I said, this was her dream to be in WWE. I'm going to be curious on what they're going to do with her in the long run, and I do see championship in her. Oh, that's WWE IT wrestler Justin Henry. Oh, nice! Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Bobby. And just to let you know, not only AEW Dynamite is tonight, if you have Tubi, WWE Evolved is happening right now as well. So I know a lot of people are doing a lot of double duty. It's just like so much wrestling, which I'm not complaining about. But it's great. Of course, Monday night you have Raw, Tuesday NXT, Wednesday AEW and WWE Evolved, Thursday TNA, Friday SmackDown. I'm not complaining, but it's just nice to see it. And we are back live with this trios match. La Facción and Comander, consisting of Rush, Dralistico, and the Beast Mortos taking on Kevin Knight, Speedball Mike Bailey, and Komander. And this is going to be a fun, hard-hitting match. Tag is made to Komander. I'm surprised Commander's hype man ain't out in the ring. Nice move by Komander. Nice one. I will say I do like enjoying the luchadors on the AEW front, because you get to know some of them, and they do like. I like to see them do a lot more than the flippity flips, like getting to promos and everything else. Both men are down. Oh my goodness. So Ari, I'm gonna give. So Ari, make sure to watch WWT live on Friday because we're gonna give our predictions on Money in the Bank. It's gonna be fun on Friday because we're doing full predictions for Against All Odds for TNA, Worlds Collide, and Money in the Bank. So make sure to tune in on Friday. I'm happy you did enjoy Mariah Mason on the AEW. I did too. I always support the wrestlers, not the promotion. And I will tell you something, Rush and Kevin Knight know each other very, 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 very well. Ooh, nice series watch for Rush. He clocked Kevin Knight. He clocked him. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You mess with the bull, you get the hordes. Cheap shot by Rush. That's what he does. That's pretty dope. Bobby, when are you doing commentary again? So, I have to see when I'm doing commentary again for ICW because they just did all their shows. So it's a little bit chaotic. I just have to see when the next time I'm going to do it. But I will let you know. Kick up my Rouge. Oh, it's like the triple team on L5. They're taking out Kevin Knight. They're taking out Speedball. They're taking out Komander. Oh, nice drop. Triple drop kick. Oh my god. Triple over the top rope. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I hope, not just Komander, but I hope Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey are in the Continental Classic by the end of this year. They would have so much fun in that tournament. It'd be so fun. Oh, kick out by Mortos. Oh, nice power by the Beast Mortos. This is where he shows strength and agility. Oh, Dralistico! Nice move. Kick out made by Kevin Knight. Oh my god, this is really a fun match. And it's almost 9:30. But you know, we have 2 hours left. Nice counter by Speedball Mike Bailey. Kick out made by Dralistico. Komander takes out Dralistico. Oh, nice move by Speedball. Kick out made by Rouge. Beast Mortos going for powerbomb, countered by Mike Bailey with those kicks. Those infamous super kicks. Nice teamwork made by Speedball and Kevin Knight. Whoa, that was a tough kick. My God. And then Komander. Oh my God. Took out both Roosh. And Dralistico. And then comes Kevin Knight. And that has to be it. 3. That's it. Oh my God. That was a fun trios match. That was super, super fun. Your winners of this match, Speedball Mike Bailey, Kevin Knight, and Komander. Those are your winners. Beautiful win by them. They really put on a really great win for the Atlantis Trio. So congratulations to them. This is by Speedball and Kevin Knight. Oh, and look who shows up! MVP, the Hurt Syndicate. And let me see what MVP has to say. Oh my God. So apparently next week, Bobby Lashley, Shelton, and MJF will be in trios action against Kevin Knight and Speedball. And they're trying to do the end game a lot. Don't underestimate Speedball and Kevin Knight. They had a really good match with the Young Bucks. They had such a good match. Don't underestimate the High Flyers. And also with the fact too, Speedball had a really good match against Okada. Come on. Komander. So next week, a summer blockbuster, and I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, boss, that's what happens when you're the tag team champions and you get a little look at MVP trying to hit his cane. Referee Aubrey's trying to get him out of there. See, that's what happens when you get a little. I know you're the tag team champions, but that's what happens when you get a little too overconfident. Yes, exactly, Bose. As I said, don't underestimate Speedball because he had a good match against you have Yep. It's official next week for Summer Blockbuster at Portland, Oregon. See, that's what happens when you sleep on them. And especially the fact, as I said, Speedball had a really good match against Okada. He showed up in that triple threat match against Ricochet and Kenny Omega back at Dynasty. So I would not. Oh, and we have Roddy, Kyle O'Reilly, and Adam Cole and Daniel Garcia with Alicia. So it looks like Adam Cole is putting out 8-man tag team match. So it's going to be Adam Cole, Kyle Roddy, and Daniel Garcia taking on 4 members of the Don Callis family later tonight on Collision. Very curious on what members are going to be from the Don Callis family. Yes, Bobby, Anthony had such a good match against Okada. So good. I loved it. It was so good. I'm so proud of him. That's why he's one of my clients. And also up next, my other client, Max Caster, is doing his Best Wrestler Alive challenge. So we're going to see who he's going to go up against next. But I'm still manifesting Bowens and Caster are going to meet either at All in Texas or Forbidden Door in London. So. Bosa, be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice, Bosa. Oh, I hope so too, because they're going to need more than one women's wrestler. I know, Bosa. It's all good. It's all good. You like to tease about my clients. I can take a lot of teasing. But, yeah, it's just one of those things. Because I love Anthony and Max. And, you know, for me, not only I said it because they're my clients, but I actually met both of them separately in person. They are some of the sweetest individuals you ever meet. Like Anthony, he's just the most down-to-earth, kind-hearted, sweetest person that you'll ever meet. Caster, I know people always have mixed feelings about Caster. They say, oh, well, he's a weirdo and everything else and blah, blah, blah. But he was very sweet when I met him twice. The first time I met him, I was in New Jersey for American Strong. So, yes, he is. He's a heel that's utilizing TV time. Like, if you saw on Collision, so I was in Collision Atlantic City Live. I can't tell you how real that cheer was because I was sitting there, like, close to the front row. And people were going crazy. And even the week before that, they were in New Orleans. And people were going nuts. My guess is Kenoche Takeshita, Cal Fletcher, Lance Archer. I could see that possibly be a good 4-person from the Don Callis family. I could see, like, Takeshita, Fletcher, Lance Archer, and Josh Alexander. I could see that. It's hard to believe we're at 9:30. And we also have Collision after this. But I do want to say thank you to all of you for joining on this watch along with me, Timeless Wednesday. It's 4 hours, but we're going to make it through. We're going to make it through because I'm going to make sure you guys have a lot of fun. We're going to keep the energy up. So, exactly. We went through the Dynamite portion. But we're going to see Don Callis on, we're going to see that creep Don Callis on Collision. So, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. All right, so we get to see the Patriarch with Lexi Nair. I would say Christian always comes out as a good heel. I knew Christian was going to mention that. He had it for Drama Force, but he didn't win. So it looks like Nick Wayne's going to be defending that title, Ring of Honor television title. Oh, on a four-way! I'm very curious who's going to be in that four-way match. Well, they had to fill up stuff for Collision because it's coming up next. Oh, I smell a little trouble brewing. And we go from one of my clients, Anthony Bowens, to another, Max Caster. So let's see what he does. And it's funny, he was in Denver. I will say, he does look pretty good. He does look pretty good. What? He wants the referee to stop. I will say he's a lot more confident on the mic. I will say. I can't believe they're really chanting this. This is how over it is. And he's one of mine, too. Yeah, 5 minutes. And he debuted that at Collision in Atlantic City. Who is it? Oh, Powerhouse Hobbs! Oh my god. Oh my god, Powerhouse Hobbs. Max, I love you, but I hardly knew you. Yeah, both. Yeah. Also, if you notice his ring in his finger, because he said he was in a quote unquote honeymoon 2 weeks ago. If you notice, he had a ring on since New Orleans. And there's a buzz on Twitter thinking he was engaged and married. I think this storyline purposes because a little fact, and your timeless elite does some digging, and that's why I'm the PR princess. He is close friends with Bryce Donovan and Bobby Orlando. Not to mention, I met one of the wrestlers he trained at Creative Pro. Now, usually I don't get into stuff like that, but it just seems a little odd, and I feel like it's kind of a storyline purpose. Oh, poor Hobbs! Poor Hobbs! Oh, poor Hobbs! That's what I think so. Yep, Aaron Rourke, but also Leo Sparrow is 2 of his babies that he trained. 2 of his babies. But I think with the ring he has on his finger, it's storyline purposes. But up next is the AEW International Championship 4-way match. That's going to be a fun match to watch. I'm excited. But feel free, and thank you for joining on this watch along. But thank you guys for joining on this watch along. And I'm very, very excited. But I do want to thank all of you for joining on this watch along. Thank you all. But I do want to thank everybody for joining on this watch along for AEW Dynamite. The 5-minute match reminding me of something. Joaquin loved it. It's not that during speed. Oh wow! Thank you for that, Boza. Tomorrow at noon. Wait a second. Oh, that's nice. And I love Luck is King. But Max Caster, God rest your soul, sir. I know you're trying to do love for the people. And yes, you are one of my clients, and I'm going to stick by you no matter what. Because I stick by my clients through the good and the bad. Oh, no, I appreciate that. Because Friday, we're going to be doing predictions. We're going to be doing predictions for TNA Against All Odds, Worlds Collide, and Money in the Bank. That's what I'm thinking. I stick by my clients no matter what, through the good and the bad. So I'm sticking by Max Caster no matter what. But I think that ring he has on his finger is storyline purposes. Because no offense to him, I just think it's storyline purposes to base off his character. Because I noticed when he was at a concert, he didn't have it on. But this is the Timeless Elite doing some work. Trust me, I'm not one of those crazy people that are stalking. I always like to be strategic. And also I like to tap into what some of the wrestlers, what their favorite interest is, whether it's music or pop culture or anything. And always, remember, they're humans too. Well, we are now in the International Fatal 4-Way match. And here it comes, Brody King. Bobby it's just Buddy Matthews. He twisted his ankle when he faced off against Okada at Grand Slam Australia. So hopefully we do see him soon, because I would love to see Brody and Buddy Matthews get a shot at those tag team titles. I feel like they could give the Hurt Syndicate a run for their money. That's who I want to see. If it's not like Clients the Acclaimed, I would love to see Brody and Buddy Matthews get a shot at it. And plus, Brody's great. It's like, how can you not like Brody? And here comes Claudio Castagnoli. Also, you're not crazy. I wouldn't be shocked if Marina and that little runt would get in the way, but I just can't see Kenny losing it only because they're trying to make Kenny versus Okada. Who would you like to see go against Mariah May? Bobby, that's an interesting question. There's a lot of good contenders to go after her. And it's going to be very interesting, too. It's just I'm trying to think who would be good at, because when you look at some of that roster, not a lot of women can take a lot of L's. Kalani can't take an L. Jada Parker can't take an L. Lil Vice can't take a loss. Jordan Grace can't take a loss. I could probably see her going up against Fallon Henley as something like that, because I could see JCJ and kind of her little minions of Fatal Influence. I wouldn't mind see Mariah May take on Fallon Henley. Here comes Mascara, Dorada. We're just waiting on the last two opponents. And here comes the AEW International Champion, Kenny Omega. Oh, that would be really good. Carmen Petrovich or Ren Sinclair. That would be a good match. But I could see like Mariah May going up against Fallon Henley. That could be really good. Hi, Frederick Cole. Thank you for joining on this watch along for Timeless Elite Wednesday. And it's funny you mentioned that because we have 4 hours of AEW. So we're just almost done wrapping up Dynamite, and we're gonna move right into Collision shortly. So it's your lucky day, Frederick Cole, because you're gonna be getting a watch along for Collision as well, since it's 4 hours. Same thing with next week, Summer Blockbuster. It'll be 4 hours as well, combining both Dynamite and Collision. So thank you guys for joining with me. I mean, we're almost completed 2 hours. We got 2 more hours to go. So, and also just a friendly reminder, I think I'm not going to do a post show tonight, considering the fact it's 4 hours. So I think with all the action, you guys kind of can follow along through with what's happening. But here is the reigning AEW International Champion, Kenny Omega. And he has that belt. Aw, Bobby, thank you for liking the video on YouTube. That's why we love the viewers like you who follow with us, because it is fun. And yes, Frederick, this is your lucky day because you will be getting Dynamite and Collision. So I'm actually looking forward to this match, and I'm very, very excited. And here we go. Of course, Claudio would take it out on Kenny Omega. Brody taking out on Claudio. And he's trying to get the crowd up. here comes Kenny. What's he gonna do here? What's he doing? Mascara. Claudio, he's like, I'm not dealing with this. Pretty much even between Mascara and Kenny. Pretty much even. Oh my god, nice one. Mascara Dorada. He's just doing his thing. It looks like this is going to be our main event for Dynamite. And this is nice good because it segues right into Collision. Ooh, kick to the face on the Brody. You get the big guys, go ahead. What would you like to do? Well, Frederick, here's the thing. Usually we all have watch along separately. Of course, said he does Monday Night Raw. Will does NXT. I do AEW Dynamite, and Honey does one on SmackDown. I mean, I've hopped on the Honeys a few times for SmackDown. So, and then sometimes I had to fill in for her because she couldn't do it. But sometimes I usually interact in the chat. All right, Bobby, you're rooting for Kenny Omega. Yeah, I can't see as much as I Powerbomb onto Brody. Brody, he's calling the dogs out. Ooh, nice one. Oh, wow. Nice move by Kenny. Yeah, I just can't see Kenny losing this belt anytime soon. Ooh, nice move by Kenny. High-fiving the fans, giving them high fives. Times like this when the international one, I just miss my client, Orange Cassidy. But I know he's out. He's going to be out for quite some time. Days like today with the death riders and everything else, I do miss him. In action, I miss him. Well, even though the match is in picture-in-picture, it's still going live. Even in the matches in Mr. Victor, match is still going live. So for Claudio has Kenny Omega in a headlock. Do you like MJF and the Hurt Syndicate? I do. At first, I didn't understand why he needs to be in it, but it does make a little bit of sense, and he does fit it in a way. Think about it as Owen Hart joining the Nation of Domination when he was there. And I do think with MJF, it does bring something into it. I'm just curious on how this is going to go, because I know people are saying Cedric Alexander may take his spot, but we're going to see how this plays out. Because the minute Benjamin and Moxley lose their belts, they're going to hurt MJF. So, just be prepared. And we are back live with a fatal four-way match for the AEW International Championship match. Mascara, Dorada against Kenny Omega, against Claudio Castagnoli, against Brody King. Back to Fyter Fest. Fyter Fest. And Kenny landed on his feet. Nice takedown by Claudio. And Omega trying to do it with Brody, but look at Brody. Oh! Brody King busts it open! Oh my god. Wow! Smash Mascara into Kenny. You know it's going to be a lot of chaos in this match. 1, 2. Kick out made by Brody. And Brody King's busted open. Oh, and Ring of Honor Television. So Lee Johnson taking on Aaron Fox, taking on Sammy Guevara, taking on Nick Wayne. Oh, we get to see Sammy back. Yeah, Bobby. Awesome news to see Sammy Guevara back. Awesome news. Okay. Claudio and Brody on the top rope. Henny. Are they going to do the electric chair? Claudio? No way. Oh my god, that's a pile driver! That's a Brody King! Oh, that was a kick out. And as Moses mentioned, we are on the collision part of Fyter Fest. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. But we can make it. I'm just breaking records over here. Oh my god. I have believe Brody is busted open. Oh, nice move by Mascara Dorada. Yeah, Brody's face is busted open. Kenny wants to end this match. Of course, Bobby, thank you for joining on this watch along for AEW Dynamite. And we're now in the collision part of it. So, got a few matches to go. As I mentioned, we have Will Ospreay, Lio Rush, in-ring debut of Thekla, the Poison Spider. We also had that fatal four-way match for the Ring of Honor television title. Lee Johnson, A.R. Fox, Sammy Guevara, and Nick Wayne. We have FTR in action. And we're also going to hear from Hangman Adam Page. And also, I don't know if it's official, but it looks like Daniel Garcia, Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roddy taking on 4 members of the Don Callis family. I don't think it's been official yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll be somewhere in the 2-hour mark for Collision. It's a possibility we could see my client tonight, Jamie Hayter. It's a possibility we could see her after she got blindsided attacked by the Poison Spider. So I'm just curious on who Tekla's opponent would be tonight. Because Harley Cameron, she's hurt. I think the main event on Collision is going to be probably Will Ospreay and Lio Rush. He's getting ready to do the swings onto Brody. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, stop at 5. I know the fans were booing at that because I would have loved to see him go up to 10. Kick out made by Claudio. Oh, that has to be it. But Teddy, he's protecting his title. And the fans are rooting for Kenny Omega. Maybe technically is a point. It could be someone from Ring of Honor. I'm just very curious, but I would be surprised if it's someone from Ring of Honor. Oh, nice coordination. Oh my goodness. This has been a crazy match. Oh, nice Hurricane. will say, Mascara Dorada, he is definitely having a good showing. I hope we do get to see him more. I hope we do get to see more of him. Hopefully. Oh, nice move. Mascara Dorada is definitely putting on a clinic tonight. And I hope we do get to see him during Grand Slam in Mexico, because he's just putting on a clinic. And so proud of him. That should be it. 3, that's it. Your winner and still AEW International Champion Kenny Omega. Thank you for hosting. Oh, thank you, Ari. I love that. Because, I like to be welcoming. I know a lot of people always give AEW a lot of slack, but I always make sure everybody is welcome. Even when I said on WWT Live, I extended it to the panelists that everybody's welcome, including Ced, even if I have to listen to Mercedes for like an hour, that's fine. But that wraps up Dynamite, and now we are on Collision. We're just moving right on to Collision. Yes, exactly. More of Mascara. Toni Courtney's decided. But yeah, we're at Dynamite, which is switching over to Collision. And speaking of Okada, because we've been talking about him all night, you say his name and he will appear. The Rainmaker Okada, because sooner or later they are going to have a match at All in Texas. Because remember, ever since Okada won that title, he has not lost. As far as I know, he has not lost a match yet. So, oh, exactly. I'm pretty sure we'll see him for Forbidden Door too. But I would like to see him at CMLL, especially for Grand Slam in Mexico. I need to see him in that. Sooner or later, that match is bound to happen between Kenny and Okada. It looks like it's funny, we were talking about these reports a couple months ago. It's really going to be title for title. They might as well combine it. But I'm very curious if they do, what's the name of it? And here we go. These guys ain't waited too long. They're just putting blows at each other. And they're going to meet at All in Texas. They're going to meet. Not surprised Okada took a cheap shot. And is he going to do the Rainmaker? Oh, Kenny stopped it! I had to look at their past matches because I want to see the last time they met, who won. And also feel free to look at the chat. If you know the last time they faced off against each other, I believe it's at New Japan, who was the last person that won between those two? Was it Kenny or was it Okada? Yeah, Eddie, we're going to get a unification title. And I'm curious how they're going to rename it because, well, the Continental Classic is the end of the year, but it can't be Continental anymore. But we shall see what the name is. But if you're joining with me, this is your WWT PR Princess, your timeless elite, Stone Cold Courtney with you. I actually pulled a double duty because I have the keys to WWT. And now I'm doing this for 4 hours. And we're at the third hour. Hour number 3. So, yay, we're at 3 hours. And, of course, I'm showing the promo from FTR last week. If you know, unfortunately, last week, because of their win at Forbidden Door, they are the winningest tag team in AEW, which I defer a little bit because there is a team before them that was the winningest tag team in AEW, and that was my clients, The Acclaim. But the only reason they got it was because, well, they dissolved, and lot of things. But my boys will be back in 2026. Let them have fun in their solo runs, because when they get back in the tag team title picture, they're gonna know it. They're gonna give people a reminder exactly who they are. Oh, and here is Ricochet. So we got to hear from Ricochet. Very interesting words from Mr. Ricochet, because he still is eyeing the talent. He said he's not going to compete tonight, but he said last week he is eyeing some people to join a new stable. I don't know who's going to join him, but we're not taking long. I really thought Ospreay and Leo Rush was going to be the main event, but they're wasting too soon. I have a feeling it's probably going to be. I have a feeling it's probably going to be FTR that's going to be in the main event, which I'm okay with. Oh, and there's Tony Schiavone, Nigel McGuinness, the guys from Collision. Why do I have a feeling Nigel McGuinness is going to wrestle again? I feel like it's not the last. I hope it's the CEO. Sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties on that. It always happens for some odd reason. The internet doesn't want to work with me, but we are back. Your timeless elite. I'm here. I want to go back because just wrapped up Dynamite, and we're now getting into Collision. We're now right into Collision, the first match. Of course, you know, actually Andretti's at ringside, so there's going to be a lot of things happening. So, Frederick, a little bit. So, my internet provider's Xfinity. Usually, Xfinity is the strongest one, but I don't know why. It's just there's always some glitches when it comes to it, but my internet seems to be okay. It always happens because sometimes it can be a little bit unstable and your Wi-Fi can be a little bit tricky, but I do have Xfinity, so I'm back with all of you. I'm back. So, Ari, good question. Actually, I have an interesting story on how I got this nickname. So, this was actually when I first started in WWT Live. And I think it was either Honey or Will or somebody in the chat that gave me the nickname Stone Cold, and it just rang over. And you thought Professor didn't play. I was the one that came out on the gun slinging because there were times I didn't play and I take things very, very seriously. And sometimes it would kind of be a cold burn and wait for things to simmer. So that's how they gave me the nickname Stone Cold in a way. Thank you, Bobby. I'm back. Had a little glitch with the internet, but we're back. We have one more hour to go. Yay! We're on the third hour of Timeless Elite Wednesday. This is your Timeless Elite, your PR princess, Stone Cold Courtney, with you on this 4-hour edition of Timeless Elite Wednesday. AEW Fyter Fest. We have a lot to handle. We just wrapped up the Dynamite portion. We're now getting into the Collision part of it. We're now in Will Ospreay and Lio Rush. We're waiting on the debut of the Poison Spider Thekla. We're going to hear from Hangman Adam Page tonight. We also have FTR taking on Atlantis Jr. Oh my God. I don't know why this tag team partner is not coming on for me. But we're back live with Will Ospreay and Lio Rush. It's definitely a good way. That's funny. Sorry, I was laughing at something Mercedes posted on social. I was kind of getting a laugh at it. But I'm going to forget. Okay, FTR, Atlantis Jr., Templario. Atlantis Jr. and Templario taking on FTR. We already know the 4-way for the Ring of Honor television title. Air Fox, Lee Johnson, Sammy Guevara taking on Nick Wayne. That's going to be fun. Been a great show so far tonight, especially on the production side of things. The transition from part 1 of this pay-per-view, which is Dynamite. Yes, exactly. I loved how they transition it very smoothly. And they just really do it. And then you can see, like, from Dynamite to Collision. I love that. And they really gave a few times to really. I will say this is a good match to kick off on the Collision side of it. And also next week, Summer Blockbuster, Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland will have a match. We're also going to have Mystico return next week. So if everything goes well, MJF is going to challenge him at Grand Slam Mexico. Kick out by Will Ospreay. It was a close 3. Also, we're going to have a trios match next week. Komander, Kevin Knight, Speedball Mike Bailey taking on the Hurt Syndicate, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, and AJF. And I'm sure Mystico is going to be watching that match very, very closely. So far we got some pretty good matches for Summer Blockbuster next week. And also, just to let you know, if you see outside the ring and if you see the turnbuckles outside of DraftKings, you will see iDrink, which is one of the latest partnerships made by AEW, and it's actually a drink that is made by science, and also good, really good alternative to use. I read a little bit about them. I follow them on social. We did talk about them for a bit. The one thing I will say, the difference with AEW and WWE is doing, nice cutter by Will Ospreay. Ospreay wants to end this match quickly. Another cutter. Cook out. Well, Ospreay's ready for the hidden blade. He wants to end this match. And look! The ref. Action on Draggy. Yeah, get him out of there. Ooh, nice move by Will Ospreay. Just be careful of the announcer table. Ask JD McDonough how that felt. Oh, Bobby, thank you. I'm really happy I get to do a watch along here on WWT Live with all of you. It's really great to have. I'm very happy. And we're just kicking it in. We are on the 3rd hour. I feel like this is going to go by quick. Ooh, nice counter GBT by Leo Rush. That's really, really a nice counter. Got made by Will Ospreay. Actually, Andretti trying to give him the chain to end this thing. The referee caught him red-handed. Oh, Will Ospreay, you gotta end this thing. That's it. This has to be it. 1. And your winner of this match, the aerial assassin, Mr. Will Ospreay. And of course, they're gonna really promote the crap out of their match. Will Ospreay, Will Swerve Strickland. Part 2. Because you remember their crazy and epic match at Forbidden Door. It was crazy. Swerve was a champion. And actually Andretti beating the crap out of Will Ospreay. They're just destroying Will Ospreay right before his match. They're just double teaming him. Oh, look at Hangman Adam Page. What's he doing out here? Oh, look at Hangman. Hangman, I will say this. Hangman is the last person I would expect for him to come out. he is, I will say, Hangman is very intimidating. Oh, he was at the deluxe shot. Oh my God, Hangman! He's the last guy I would expect to come out here. But on the card we have Hangman's gonna speak. He's supposed to speak, but he is checking out Will Ospreay, which that's something I didn't think he would do. But I think they're trying to make him a leader within AEW. But I have a feeling it's gonna expand into a fatal 4-way match. It's gonna be Ospreay, Hangman, Darby, Moxley. Like, I have a feeling Darby is gonna come back when they go to Seattle. And that's a sign of respect between Hangman and Will Ospreay. We just have to see, because I feel like, this is more than just an AEW World title. As I've been saying the last couple months, this is going to be all about taking down the Death Riders. Yes, Boza, they go to Seattle by the end of this month. They will be in Seattle, Dynamite and Collision. So I could see Darby returning on that Dynamite in Seattle. But we're going to hear from Hangman Adam Page because it's scheduled on the card. We're going to hear from him regarding what happened last week and his match against Jon Moxley, and we're going to hear him speak. Correct, Boza. It will be after Mexico, the end of the month. He still calls him the worst man in the world. Well, he can't handle Moxley on his own. He needs to know that. And I think AEW needs to stop being stubborn. Not wrong on that. Not surprised on that. Hangman knows damn well he cannot do that on his own. He cannot handle Death Riders on his own. And there's Jon Moxley. They know each other very well. If you remember the early days of AEW. Oh, and there comes Yuta. But Hangman knows very well he cannot handle that on his own. You're going to need some help, sir. He knows very well he's going to need some help. And Will Ospreay was taken to the back. There's Will Ospreay. And he came in hopping in with a chair. That's just 2. You need 3. They pulled that chair. They don't like it when the numbers are against them, the Death Riders. Yeah, the stubbornness, but look, sooner or later they're gonna have to figure this out because they don't like it when they have a unified team. I'm still waiting for Marina and Willow to happen at All in Texas. Yeah, 4-on-2, especially when it's two of them, the biggest top superstars in WWE. Well, Ospreay, he just getting turned in. How big? Oh, look at all his line. Oh, yeah. We got this creep Don Callis. Hechicero. I'm just laughing at his facial expression. So it looks like it looks like Don Callis' family called out Bandito and the Outrunners. Well, I mean, they accepted the challenge between Adam Cole, Eddie Garcia, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roger Strong, but it looks like he was Bandito and the Outrunners. And we have Atlantis Jr. and Templario taking on FTR up next. This is going to be a really fun tag team. And 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from tonight, Mexico City, Grand Slam, Mexico. I want to say the sixth man has to be from Mexico. But I'm a little confused on that because I thought we were going to get an 8-man tag team tonight. But I don't know. We shall see on that. Who knows? And here comes FTR with that Weasel Stokely. Fortunately, as I mentioned, they are the winningest tag team in AEW so far. So far. I know, Bo's and me too. I'm like so confused. I'm like, huh? What? But I think we'll find out throughout the program and hopefully getting some matches in for Grand Slam Mexico. But as I mentioned, FTR, they consider themselves the winningest tag team in AEW. Well, they do for now, but let's not forget who had that title first. I'm just saying. But this is going to be a fun tag team match. I'm really excited. Not shockingly enough, Cash doesn't want to shake Atlantis Jr.'s hand. Gotta watch out for that Weasel Stokely. I'm just waiting for Tony Schiavone to just shove Stokely, because when he does that, that'll be one of the best highlights of AEW so far. I'm just waiting for that moment when he shoves Stokely. I'm pretty sure Nigel has to stomach the fact that he has to commentate with FTR, especially after that tough loss him and Daniel Garcia took against FTR. Wow. Nice one. 1, 2. Kick up by Cash. Oh, Tiger's made Dax. Here comes Templario. That is official. The Tiger's made. What is your favorite match so far? So there have been a lot of good matches. I mean, outside of, like, of course, my client, the timeless one, Toni Storm. I did enjoy the trios match with La Facción and Combinable against Kevin Knight, Speedball, Mike Bailey, and Komander. That was a really fun match. I did enjoy the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW International title. I mean, obviously, like, seeing my clients, Toni Storm and Max Caster on TV is great. But those two matches are really fun, too. Why would you slap? Why would you slap a luchador in the face, Stacks? Don't know why you would do that. Like Dax? Oh, nice move by Atlantis Jr. Oh, nice double team. Templario and Dax. Oh, nice move. I will say, this was actually a fun Dynamite, highlighting some of the luchadors on here ahead of Grand Slam Australia. And then, of course, Cash took a cheap shot at Atlantis Jr., even though the match is in picture-in-picture. Matches in picture-in-picture. The match is still going live. It looks like Cash has the full advantage so far. Dax and Cash are kind of mocking some of the luchadors on here. Alrighty. Alrighty, so it's on commercial right now, but we're just getting ready for the tag team match. We do have a few more matches left. I'm just curious on how this is going to end because I feel like it's going to end either in shenanigans or something. But very happy to meet all of you. It means a lot, and we're almost halfway through the third hour. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining with me on this special edition of Timeless Elite Wednesdays. This is 4 hours of Fyter Fest. We are going to get ready for 4 hours next week for Summer Blockbuster. But woo! Lost Man, I love you. But you need to put Collision on Thursday. 4 hours? That's a bit of a stretch. Four hours, that's a bit of a stretch, but I guess I can understand why. Mm-hmm. Tag is made to Atlantis Jr. Take out by Dax. I hope FTR did not think this was going to be an easy walk in the park. I will say, Templario and Atlantis Jr. are definitely showing off as a tag team. And I hope we get to see them in the near future soon. Nice teamwork by Templario and Atlantis Jr. Take out by Dax. Oh, and it is a trios match tonight, folks. It's so confirmed. Kinosuke Takeshita, Cal Fletcher, and Hisero will take on Yeah, we're into Bandino. And Adam Cole, Brody, Kyle O'Reilly, and Danny Garcia are going to take on the remaining members of the Doghouse family. So that would be probably like Rocky Romero, Templario, Lance Archer, Josh Alexander. So, yeah, we're going to see that creep Don Callis. Kick out made by Dax. Ooh, nice crossbody. Oh my god, that was really close. That was so close. Templario almost had the win for his team. Oh yeah, and that Weasel Stokely. It's like a slap fest. That's the chest of FTR. Saturn Machine, but Atlantis Jr. came in. 2. Kick out made by Cash. Nice super kick made. Oh. Yep, that's it. You're winners of this match. It's FTR, who they call themselves the most winningest tag team in AEW. But just remember who got it first, gentlemen. Just remember who got the title of the winningest tag team first. My clients see it claimed, but like I said, I'm gonna create a little timeline and manifest for 2026 because that's gonna happen. I know people are smirking, probably laughing, but it's gonna happen. But yeah, FTR got the victory. Oh, we gotta hear from this little weasel. What does this guy have to say? What do you have important to say? I will say Stokely does work well with FTR. It's definitely a really good solid pairing. Liar! You tend to forget who was the first one! Well, it's funny because the only team they have not beat is my Classy Acclaim. They have not beaten them. You haven't beaten my clients. Well, they're out of here. Teams, but you have not beaten one. Exactly. 54 teams to beat, but there is one team you have not beaten. And a little fact, chats because I know people are saying, well, why did you talk about the Acclaim so much, Courtney? Number one, they're my clients. And number two, they're actually one of the teams that actually beat FTR clean. So every team FTR beaten except one. But sooner or later, they're going to have to meet with the Hurt Syndicate. I know they're trying to avoid them as much as possible, but sooner or later, somewhere down the line, they're going to have to. I'm laughing at this DraftKings commercial with Kevin Hart where he does the NBA theme song and dancing. That's one of my favorite commercials. And of course, it's the finals. It's NBA finals if you're a basketball fan. So feel free to enjoy it. And even though we're on commercial, I'm going to take a little break because I've been sitting. Because I've been sitting a lot lately. So I'm going to take a little bit quick break. So make sure to get your beverage, get your snacks, get everything that you need because we're almost at the final hour, people. We're almost at the final hour of the special 4-hour edition of Timeless Elite Wednesday. So I'm going to take a quick break. It's always good to take a nice long stretch. Because when you sit so long for 4 hours, your legs and everything else starts to stiff a bit. So it's always good to get a good stretch in between. But we are almost on our final hour! Oh my god, I didn't think I would survive, but we're here. But I want to thank everybody for joining, staying with me on this 4-hour watch-along edition of Timeless Elite Wednesdays. Have to give a shout out to people in the chat. Boza, Eddie Foster, Bobby Patino, Aaron Teagle showed up for a bit. Ari Babalad, Ardosh Ari. Want to give a shout out to all of you, Frederick Cole, for stopping in. Definitely want to give a shout out to each and every single one of you for hanging with me on this watch along. For AEW Dynamite. Hanging along with me. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I know 4 hours can be a little bit of a stretch. You think it'd be easy when I do pay-per-views, but TV specials, that's a whole different ballgame. But thank you, all of you, for joining with me. But we still have 1 more hour to go. And I'm breaking records. I am breaking records. So, but I will say so far, it's been a good, solid event so far. So far, I give it a solid 8 out of 10 because that's what it needs to do. And we are ready to see the debut of the Poison Spider Thekla. Of course, her attacking my client, Jamie Hayter. She's very intimidating. But I love that they're showing archive footage. Oh my goodness, did she attack one of the announcers? But I love that they're showing footage of her when she was in Stardom. Because it looks like she's no joke. But I'm very curious on where they're going to place her. Because I do see her being a future champion and how they hold her. But still to come, her in-ring debut. And I'm very, very excited. That's good to know. Thank you, Boza, for that. That is good to know. But we're going to have a trios match. Konosuke Takeshita, Hisario, and just waiting on their tag team partner. And also, before I forget, I want to send a congratulations to Konosuke Takeshita and Yuka Sakazaki because they are officially newlyweds. They posted it on their socials, and I'm so happy for them. So give a congratulations to the newlyweds. So happy for them. Wish them all the best. Love, happiness, health all around. They deserve each other, and I'm so happy. And of course, we have Kyle Fletcher. And I'm gonna keep. I need to find that clip of Nigel because he was singing. It was on an episode of Collision, and he was singing Kyle Fletcher's theme song. He was like, Kyle Fletcher, the protostar. Da 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 da. I just thought that was really funny. I had to find that clip because it was on Collision, and it was during his entrance. I just thought that was too funny. Exactly. I was happy they were able to reveal on their terms. That makes me happy. And we're going all the Outfighters in Luchador Max, but they're going back in time. Those out. I love these guys. I will say, at first I didn't grow out to them, but I love them so much. Yeah, Redders. They're just waiting on their tag team partner, the reigning Ring of Honor World Champion, Bandito. We're just waiting on Bandito. I know. Little creeps coming on commentary, but thank you for that. And yes, Boza, I was very happy. I love that. And I think that's one of the things that Tony Khan, I think, respects, that they're the ones that are announcing on their terms. And it makes me happy to see a lot of wrestlers be in love on their own terms and just really getting to know them. And I actually did enjoy the conversation that we had earlier on WWT Live, especially what happened with Liv Morgan and her stalker. Like, don't be a creep. Just be yourself. And also, if there's an interest that you like, just talk to them. They are human beings as well. If you talk to them, have a good conversation, that gets to develop into a friendship or relationship. So, just remember, they're humans too. But here we go. We have a trios match. Kyle Fletcher, Konosuke Takeshita, Leo taking on Bandito, and Los Outrunners. And also feel free to put in the chat on who do you think should be Bandito's next contender for the Ring of Honor World Championship, because I know he did beat Chris Jericho at Dynasty, but feel free to put in the chat on who you think is going to be his next challenger. Bandito and Hicero. Hard to believe we're at the countdown. Hard to believe we are at the countdown of All in Texas. It's just pretty much all hands on deck. That is owned by Bandito. And I can't believe it. This is 11 o'clock. We're on the last hour. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We're on the last hour of Collision. Let's make this last, because we still have the 8-man tag team match consisting of the Doghouse family. We also have the Ring of Honor television title defendant in a 4-way match. And I'm curious how they're going to end Collision, because I feel like after this match, they're just going to go right to Don Callis family 8-man tag team match. Kyle Fletcher into Kesha. Oh, nice move by the Outrunners. Los Outrunners, I should say. Ooh, nice drop kick by Los Outrunners and Bandito. Look at Nigel. He's like standing up on his feet. Look at this match. Oh, God, that creep. Oh, they call Bandito. Ooh, a nasty power bomb. One is back. Took out Los Outrunners. Yes, I was like, final hour, we did it! Yay! Oh my God, we're finally at the third hour. We're on the final hour of Timeless Elite. Yay! Whew. I think this last hour will go by quick. Because we have this match, we have the 8-man tag team match, we have the Ring of Honor Fatal 4-Way, and who knows what other stuff we're going to have on Collision. Who knows? Kyle Fletcher took out Bandito. Took out one half of those Outrunners. Well, even though the match is on picture-in-picture, the match is still on live. It looks like Takeshita has the upper hand. One half of those Outrunners. Looks like Don Callis' family has the upper hand. Well, one thing I will say about the picture-in-picture, at least I don't have to hear that creep Don Callis doing commentary. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But yay! We're on the final hour of this 4-hour Fyter Fest. Oh my goodness. And then next week we have to redo again for Super Blockbuster. Oh joy. Southern New Hampshire University, and guess who's on it? Deanna Purrazzo is on the commercial. For picture-in-picture on AEW Dynamite. But I will say, even though, I wasn't on last Friday, but she is thinking about getting a degree and going back to school. And we didn't talk about this, but there was an article that I found that she would like to be, when she hangs up her boots, she would like to be a producer in the back, which is good because you don't see a lot of females taking those types of backstage roles. Very few, but I think this would be a good opportunity for her. And also, most specifically, for her to focus on the women's division in AEW. Because I think with her experience and everything else, that could really be beneficial. And that's something like Toni needs to figure out too on what is the vision. Like, what does he want to see in that women's division? So, those are my critiques. And we're back alive. We are back alive in Denver, Colorado. And we're on the Collision Hour. We are in the final hour of Collision. So let's make this count. El Turbo. Yes, he is. Love it. If you're with us, you see the Los Outrunners teaming up with the Ring of Honor World Champion Mandino to take on members of the Doghouse family. Konosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher, and Hiserio. That's the name. Yes. Reach the women's title. Yes, it does. But, at this point, Boza, I don't even know what to think right now. And even Will was saying in WWT Live on having it unified, which I'm like, I don't know if I agree with that, but we shall see on that. Oh my god, Triple's walking the ropes. That is really impressive. That takes a lot of grace and skill to walk on top of those ropes. Here comes Bandito. And there were times where I heard him speak. I think he's funny. Bandito. Kick out by Bandito. It's actually a fun match. Time to make the tag. Serio needs to make the tag to Takeshita. Bandito needs to make the tag to one of the Outrunners. Kyle Fletcher is still outside the ring. Took out Takeshita, took both members of the Outrunners out. Oh my goodness, powerbomb. Kick out by Bandito. Also, I'm very curious who would be the next challenger for Bandito's Ring of Honor World Championship belt. Feel free to put in the chat too, because there's a lot of avenues and options that they could go with. Nice double team by Los Outrunners. Bandito. Kick out made. Los Outrunners is taken out. The remaining members, Hiserio and Konosuke Takeshita. Oh, that was a miss. Kyle Fletcher and Takeshi want to end this thing. Oof. Tag is made. One half of those outrunners. Ooh, nice move by Bandito. There's a reason why he's the Ring of Honor World Champion. Ooh, double German suplex onto those outrunners. Nice double team by Takeshi and Kyle Fletcher. Ooh, this match is over. So your winners of this match is Cedric, Kyle Fletcher, and Konosuke Takeshita. If both up, look at your comment. Maybe Kyle Fletcher. That could be a possibility considering Kyle Fletcher is a former Ring of Honor television champion. I want to say he's either regular or television. I think he might have been. I know, Boza. He's 1-for-1, but we shall see. And we're going to see him back later because his part of his family members are part of that 8-man tag team match. And they're showing highlights from last week's no disqualification match between Anna Jay and Harley Cameron taking on Penelope Ford and Megan Main. Just to let you know, Harley Cameron is going to be out for a while because her face planted on the steel steps. So do wish Harley Cameron a speedy recovery. Hopefully we see her back soon, but her face did get a little bit mantled. But she continued the match, and you got to give respect to her. Anna. What's Megan and Penelope doing? They're taking Anna Jay to the ring. Yeah, because like I said, Harley's going to be out for a while. And you can tell there's a lot of history between Penelope and Anna Jay. There's a lot of bad blood between them if you go to the early stages of Dynamite. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, there's Tay! She's back! She looks so good. I will say, for having a baby, she looks good. I knew she was going to help her best friend, Tay. It was only a matter of time Tay was going to come back. Yes, Eddie, Tay is back. Yeah. In trouble. We go from Tay, and up next we're going to see her husband in action, Sammy Guevara, against A.R. Fox, Lee Johnson, and Nick Wayne in a Ring of Honor TV Championship 4-way match. Well, at least Tay helped out her BFF, Anna Jay. Yes, she is back. But it's going to be very interesting. No, I don't think she's going to be on Ring of Honor, Tay. I think she does belong on AEW. I know her husband is doing Ring of Honor stuff, but I'm really happy to see her back on Dynamite, helping out her BFF, Ada J. It's going to be very interesting because I don't know why, but I have a feeling Penelope and Megan may bring somebody on because with Harley being out and when she comes back, it'll be very interesting. But, you know, since it's on commercial, we're going to take a quick commercial break. So feel free to get your water, get everything done, stretch a little bit because we are in the final hour of Collision. Sometimes you need to get up and take a stretch because sometimes your body gets so stiff and you want to take a quick break. But thank you for joining me on this Timeless Elite Wednesday because we're in the final hour. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think I'm going to give you a post show because one, it's late and you kind of know the deal with all the action that's been happening. So no post show tonight. We're just going to get right into it. But so happy to see Tay back. And up next, we have that Ring of Honor Fatal 4-Way match. And after that, we have that 8-man tag team match. And I'm guessing the 8-man tag team match is going to be the main event. And also, Thekla, the Poison Spider. I'm very curious on who she's going to face. Very, very curious. But like I said, thank you, all of you, for joining on this Timeless Elite Wednesday with me. It has been very, very fun. Definitely want to give a shout out to all of the panelists on WWT Live. I know a lot of us have been working on other things, doing our other projects, but definitely give a shout out to everybody on it, like Boss Lady, Professor, Jacob, Will, Honey, Zed, even though he tries to get on my nerves with Mercedes Monet. Yes. Said, Dion, Flo, Kansas, all the team. Happy to be a part of it and happy to be supportive of women's wrestling. We could have not done this without you. So I want to give a little shout out and love to all of you because we're almost at the final 30 minutes of Collision. Oh my God, I just can't believe it. I mean, it's at 8 o'clock, and here we are. Oh, and here's one of mine, Anthony Bowens. Shh. Yes, it's June is Pride Month. Oh my God. Oh my God. I told you I would support them no matter what. See, I get a treat because I get to see all my clients on 4 hours. I get to see Tony Storm. I get to see Max Caster. I get to see Anthony Bowens. Next week, he put out a challenge to the Pro Star, Kyle Fletcher. That's going to be a fun match. That is really going to be fun. But, of course, we have this annoying bald nerd Ricochet coming out. I don't know why he's out here, but we shall see. Because up next, we're supposed to have the Ring of Honor Fatal 4-Way match right now, so I guess he's going to be doing... I would think he would be doing... Yeah, there's an extra seat right next to Tony Schiavone and Nigel. He's going to be doing commentary in this next match. I get to see 3 of my clients in this 4-hour edition, and I love it. Shook Nigel said he didn't even shake Tony Schiavone's hand. That is so rude. You didn't shake Tony Schiavone's hand. What's wrong with you? If I was Nigel, I would yell at him. But Sammy Guevara! Because we haven't seen him since the loss. Him and Dustin had a Double or Nothing. It's always a treat to see Sammy Guevara. And also Collision too, because the last time he was on Collision, I actually saw him in Atlantic City, and he won that $100,000 match. He won like $100K, so he was richer. And then we have Lee Johnson coming to the ring by Blake Christian. So Ricochet is going to be watching this very closely because he said that he's trying to get a stable and trying to get some people to help him out, especially with the Death Riders. So very curious on what's he going to do here. AR Fox. And here comes the reigning Ring of Honor television champion. Of course, with that jerk Christian and his mommy, Mother Wayne. But have to remember, they have to wrestle under Ring of Honor rules, which that's something he does not know. I will say this is going to be a fun match. I'm pretty sure there'll probably be a lot of shenanigans. I'm surprised Dustin. I guess Dustin knows Sammy can do it on his own, but it would have been nice to see Dustin Rhodes be at ringside. The referee rang the bell, and here we go. This is going to be a fun Fatal 4-Way match. Well, here we go. Lee Johnson and Nick Wayne trying to throw the strikes, but AR Fox and Sammy took them both outside the ring. And I'm sure they're going to be doing a lot of high-flying, technicality, madness in the ring. outside of the ring, I should say. Ooh, I guess that was too late. Sammy and AR Fox going at it. It's pretty much even. Oh, double drop kick. Pep in their. It looks like they don't have a pep in their step. Christian's face says it all. AR Fox and Nick Wayne. Just remember, they have a lot of history with each other, especially when Swerve was feuding with Darby Allin. Nice shot by Sammy Guevara. Ooh, nice shot. Ooh, nice move by AR Fox. Kick to the knee by Sammy. Ooh, nice move. Nice diving move. Sammy did. Nice move again. Sammy wants to put this away. Like Christian, of course, that idiot wants to interfere. This is where he should have had. But I know Dustin, he took it as he hit. And he celebrated his second granddaughter. So that's understandable. Nice move by Lee Johnson. Ooh, nice move by AR Fox. I will say, AR Fox is picking up a lot of momentum. Even when I was at Dynasty, the fans were going nuts for him. Yeah, the fans are right behind him. Oh, Blake Christian. I know he didn't forearm Tony Schiavone. Ricochet acted all this tough guy. He's lucky Nigel's right now next to him because we see what Nigel can do if you ever put your hands on Tony Schiavone. We've seen what happened, but the match is in picture, still going live. Ricochet, that dork. Who does he think he is? Trying to be Mr. Tough Guy, intimidating Tony Schiavone. You're lucky Nigel ain't kicking you right now. Because if there's one person Nigel respects on commentary, it's Tony Schiavone. I just want to see Tony Schiavone just push. Just shove Stokely for once. He deserves to be shoved anyway, that little weasel. And also, if you're joining with me, we are at the final 30 minutes of Tiny's Timeless Elite Wednesday, soon to be 30. Actually, we're at the last 30 minutes with me. We are in AEW Collision right now. We have a fatal four-way match for the Ring of Honor Television Championship bout. We have Lee Johnson taking on AR Fox, Sammy Guevara, and Nick Wayne. And this is going to be a fun. So far, it's been a very solid, fun match so far. A lot of people have shown their abilities. It looks like Lee Johnson has the upper hand on the AR Fox. And also, you can tell there's a lot of bad blood between Nick Wayne and AR Fox with what happened 2-3 years ago at leading up to All In Wembley Stadium. But I think the water's under the bridge. So But like I said, no post show tonight. But I do want to thank everybody for being on this chat. Everything. I know a lot of people don't think AEW is their cup of tea, but I really appreciate each and every one of you interacting on the chat, really starting something. Appreciate each and every one of you. So, yes. Nick Wayne and Sammy Guevara in the ring. Nick Wayne is showboating because he looks like he has upper hand here against Sammy. But I will say overall, it has been a very solid show so far. So I give it a solid 9 out of 10. It has really stepped up with some of their storylines. I would like to see a lot more expand. I definitely want to see Maria versus Willow expand a little bit. And also with the fact, too, Mariah May, I just want to see a lot more storylines in the women's division that don't include the respective championships. And we are back live with this Ring of Honor Fatal 4-Way match. Ring of Honor World Television Championship 4-Way match. Nick Wayne defending his title against Sammy Guevara, AR Fox, and Lee Johnson. So far, it's been a very solid match. Christian and Mother Wayne looking on. Sammy trying to get on his feet. Nick Wayne charging in, but misses. Sammy Guevara. Kick out made by Sammy Guevara. Exactly. If you notice, it's only a matter of time when the patriarchy is going to dissolve sooner than you think. Lee Johnson made the save. Now he's designing on Sammy Guevara. Ooh, nice standing moves on 1, 2. Kick up by Sammy. Nice kicks by Lee Johnson. Oh, and AR Fox got back on his feet. Nick Wayne. AR Fox have their eyes locked on each other. They're coming to blows. Oh my goodness. There, Fox is looking. He really wants to wrap up this match. The fans are going nuts for AR Fox. Ooh, nice. Aaron Fox has really shown a lot. And I love that for him. Hanging on because less than 30 minutes. We have 2 more matches left on Collision. Yeah, I think the 8-man tag team match is going to be the main event, which actually is very smart and makes a lot more sense. Three, your winner of this match and new, actually no, still Ring of Honor World Television Champion Nick Wayne. Well, it is a prop. That is a prop, I guess, because I know they sold Ring of Honor, but Ricochet was looking on. He was clapping for Nick Wayne. Is it a possibility that he might join Ricochet's new stable? I wouldn't mind seeing Nick Wayne join, but Christian's holding that belt in the air thinking it's his, where technically it's Nick Wayne. And sooner or later, they're going to have to come to blows with each other, especially with the fact Christian has not won gold yet. But I'm very curious what Ricochet's next steps will be. But, Summer Blockbuster next week. Just a reminder, it's a 4-hour special event. You can remind it of Dynamite and Collision. Will Ospreay, Swerve Strickland. We're going to see Mystico return next week. And if everything goes well, MJF may challenge Mystico to a match at AEW Grand Slam Mexico. We have a trios match, the Hurt Syndicate and MJF taking on Speedball Mike Bailey, Komander, and Kevin Knight. And as just announced, my client Anthony Bowens will be taking on Kyle Fletcher, the Proto Star. Oh my God. And plus, Kyle Fletcher's been getting many wins. And, timeless Toni Storm. We're taking on Julia Hart. And surprise, surprise, Mercedes Moné will be on commentary. Interesting. I think this is where I need Mercedes to turn up the ruthless knob just a bit, because we know she can play a good heel character. She just needs to turn up the ruthless knob just a bit. But here we go. The debut of the Poison Spider Thekla, especially after making her appearance known against my client Jamie Hayter last week. But I'm very curious on how her debut match is going to go. Very curious. Okay, so she is facing off against Lady Frost. Okay. This is going to be a good match. This is going to be a really good match between Lady Frost and Thekla. And I'm pretty sure my client Jamie Hayter will be watching. But yeah, we have one more match. The 8-man tag team match, which is also good to end it. Especially on Collision, the 8-man tag team match. And yeah, we're going to hear from that creep dog Callis again. As I mentioned before, thank you, all of you for staying with me on this watch along for Timeless Wednesday for 4 hours. 4 hours. It has been interesting, but I do want to thank all of you for your patience and everything else. Not easy to do, but we're going to do it again next week, and we're going to get the energy up a bit. So, yeah, just get that energy up. But we did it. We're almost at the finish line because we have one more match on Collision. One more match. In ages since Ring of Honor. Lady Frost was on AEW. She took on your client. Yes, she did. She did take on my client, Toni Storm. And that was a really good match, by the way. Lady Frost is no joke. Oof. Nice lethal kick by Thekla. Yes, it is. And also, I get a treat, too, because next week I get to have 2 of my clients on the main show. Anthony Bowen's Timeless Toni Storm. I actually had a treat of having 3 of my clients. Anthony Bowen's, Max Caster, Toni Storm. So, and Ced's got a lot of nerve saying his clients are better than mine. At least all of mine are former champions. When was the last time Little Vice won some gold? That's a spider right there. How does she do that? I know she had to take either a lot of Pilates or a lot of yoga for that. Thekla. But I do see her being an AEW Women's Champion in the future. That would be kind of cool. Ooh, she's putting her submission hold in. That is very true. That is very true. At least mine wrestle and are promoting the brand of AEW. I just want to be very clear. But Thekla, she won in her debut match. I have a feeling it's going to be her versus Jamie Hayter at LA, Texas. I have a feeling that match is going to happen. Because I think they need to build a lot more storylines for the women's division. And oh my goodness, she just taken out Holy Frost! Oh my god, she's putting her in that submission hold. The match is over. The match is over. Oh, hey. There's Queen Aminata. Ooh, we haven't seen Queen Aminata in forever. I think they're waiting for that moment for Jamie Hayter. But, yeah, Queen. So happy to see the Queen Aminata. That's why she's called the Toxic Spider. But ladies and gentlemen, the main event. Yeah, Bosa, I think they do need to bring it. I think they need to get the legit storyline. And also, I just really feel not just Toni, but everybody in the executive office needs to have a vision on what they want for their women's division. Because I just feel like there's no direction and nothing that you could do. Because, no disrespect to my client, Toni Storm and Mercedes, you can't really depend on them. Because also with the fact, too, you have Mina Shirakawa, you have Willow. I know Marina Shafir, she's with the Death Riders. But also really building some characters. Really putting in that character development a bit. And also really pushing through because it's there. It's just needs to build a lot more storylines outside of the respective titles. And also, I don't care what anybody says. Mercedes needs to drop the TBS title belt. Because that's a mid-card title. And there's so many angles that you could do with it. But since it's all commercial, we're going to do one more break before we call it good night, because we're in our main event. Yay! definitely want to take a break, especially for our final match. Woo, it's been a fun time. Okay. Ooh, Queen Amanada! She's putting up the challenge against Thekla. Queen Amanada versus Thekla next week. Ooh, I'm in for this. Yeah, so, Toni and Nigel are going after what happened after the International Championship Fatal 4-Way match. Okada and Kenny were going at it, and it's pretty much leaning closer and closer until their match at All In Texas. It's only a matter of time when they make it official. Yep, and we knew it was going to happen. Winner takes all. Kazuchika Okada versus Kenny Omega. And look, it was bound to happen. It was just official. But now we have 3 matches made at All In Texas. They really need to bring it. And also next week during Summer Blockbuster, Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada will have a contract signing. I know, shock. It has been seen since Revolution. It was sooner or later they had to pull the trigger. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Boza. I'm just very curious on how they're going to rename the Continental Classic later in the year. They're just going to have to rename it somewhere else towards the end of the year because that's always fun to watch. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have our main event. Oh my god, 10 minutes! I have a feeling this is going to be overrun anyway, but I don't care. This is the main event. I'm happy. We're almost at the finish line. Like I said, I'm not going to do a post show tonight because there's just been so much excitement, so much everything. You guys kind of know the deal because it's just been. Yeah, it will be interesting. I think they're probably going to unify both belts. That's my theory. Yeah, it really wasn't. It was just they had to pull the trigger sooner or later. Hi, Solrix. Thank you for joining on this special edition of Timeless Elite Wednesday with the PR Princess, your Timeless Elite Courtney. Right now, you are just in the main event of Collision, where it is members of the Don Callis family, Josh Alexander, Rocky Romero, Trent Beretta, and Lance Archer taking on Daniel Garcia, Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roderick Strong. So you're just in time for the main event. Of course, Daddy Magic is accompanying Daniel Garcia, and Don Callis is trying to recruit him, which should seem very interesting. I wouldn't mind Daniel Garcia going heel. And you know what's really interesting? The most heel stables that I found the most intimidating are the Hurt Syndicate and the Don Callis family. Because I feel like the Don Callis family are like in full force. I know exactly. I was like, oh god, if you put both of those guys in commentary, it'll be insanity. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're right, Bosa. Now we have Daddy Magic and Don Callis in commentary. I wouldn't be shocked if Daddy Magic had some interesting remarks to say about Don Callis or trying to punch him in the face. Adam Cole, baby. And you know it's really funny because we were talking about body shaming, how it's not that great to body shame anybody. And you know what's really funny? Out of the people at AEW, the only person that I found was Adam Cole. Because I remember a couple months ago, they were talking about how scrawny Adam Cole is. And that broke my heart a bit. I'm like, dude, at least Adam Cole is doing what he loves to do. He works out. Not to mention, he had a chance to score Dr. Britt Baker, something that some losers couldn't do or didn't think they had a chance with her. And it's like, you have the nerve to body shame somebody? That is not okay. So, that's my 2 cents, but here we go. We have Rocky Romero, Roderick Strong starting off this final match of the night for AEW Collision. Ooh, interesting move by Trent Beretta. And then he tried to mimic Adam Cole. Oh god. Not cool. Only Adam Cole could do that. So, wanted to do that. But here comes Cedric Garcia, and he's feeling it. He is both Josh Alexander, Rocky, and Trent. And then you gotta watch it for the big guy. That's crazy that Adam Cole has been body shamed. Don't hear much about male talent being body shamed. As I'm gonna shape it on. Exactly, Boza. I mean, I'm just saying. There was reports of people body shaming Adam Cole, and it's like he looks pretty good in the ring. I mean, he may not get a lot of muscle, but it looks like he could go in the ring. And like you said, they're just probably upset because they couldn't score it with Baker, which they know they did not have a chance with. So I don't know why, but even though this match is in picture, the match is still going on, and Rocky and Trent are double teaming Daniel Garcia. Yeah, Boza, Adam Cole's been body shamed, and that's really a shame. Yeah, Adam Cole looks good in shape. He looks really good in shape. I wish I kind of had a body like his. Just the muscle part. Lance Archer is doing work on Daniel Garcia. I think once we're done this live, this watch along, I have to go back and watch some of the. I might have to go back and watch it on my DVR because I'm curious to hear what Daddy Magic and Don Callis have to say on commentary. I would not be shocked if Daddy Magic had a few remarks to say because I feel like he's the kind of person that would really beat the crap out of Don Callis. And I'm just waiting for that opportunity. I'm just waiting. And we're back alive with the main event of Collision. 8-man tag team match. Daniel Garcia, Kyle O'Reilly, Roger Strong, and the TNT champ Adam Cole taking on members of the Don Callis family, Trent Beretta, Rocky Romero, Lance Archer, and Josh Alexander. Of course, you have that great Don Callis and Daddy Magic on commentary. So I can tell you that's going to be very interesting. Kyle O'Reilly's putting a what open on Lance Archer. Gotta take out the big man. Rocky Romero out Roddy. Ooh, nice double team by Roddy and Daniel Garcia. You know, times like this make me miss my client Orange Cassidy. As you guys don't know, and I'm pretty sure I might have said this in the last couple of months, Orange Cassidy is out with an injury that he tore his pectoral muscle back in April. So he's going to be out for quite some time. Oh my goodness! Even the big man's going to play. Lance Archer. My God. Even then, I'm telling you, I got to watch the DVR recording of Don Callis and Daddy Magic doing commentating because I can imagine it. I just don't know how Daddy Magic has the patience. Ooh, Lance Archer take out both Roddy and Kyle. As I mentioned, I will say Summer Blockbuster looks like it's going to be a really good show. I'm very happy we are seeing some stars. And also they're including stars from CMLL to get them prepped for AEW Grand Slam in Mexico. I'm really happy they're doing that. And we got to hear Komander speak. I mean, a few times he spoke, but it was so awesome him speaking on the mic. And I'm so happy. My client, Anthony Bow, is taking on the Proto Star, Kyle Fletcher. Also, my client, the Timeless One, taking on Julia Hart with Miss CEO and Mercedes, and the Poison Spider Thekla taking on Queen Amanada. So we have 2 women's matches next week. Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada for the contract signing next week. So far, we have 3 matches at All In Texas. We have 3 so far. I believe Adam Cole, is probably going to defend his TNT championship against Kyle Fletcher at All In Texas. Because I think there is something brewing with those 2. Now for the tag team, it's going to be interesting on who's going to step up to the plate. Because like I said, FTR, that can wait till like full gear. I just don't see them defending it against them just yet. It's just only a matter of time. Jeff Dorada is getting the upper hand here on Adam Cole. Rocky Romero. Adam Cole. Ooh! That has to be it. Ooh, kick out by Rocky Romero. Oh no! The match is over! I really thought that ended. Daniel Garcia doing the dancing in front of Don Callis. That is hilarious. But your winners of this match, Daniel Garcia, Adam Cole, Roger Strong, Kyle O'Reilly. Awesome way. An awesome way to end Collision. I know Daniel Garcia was a TNT championship, but I just have a feeling Adam Cole may face off against Kyle Fletcher for that belt. He has to face off against somebody from the Don Callis family. And yet, Kyle Fletcher, Kadosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher wants that TNT championship match. And I could see it happening at All In Texas. But the Don Callis I feel like the Don Callis family is feuding with everybody. It's like insanity. Oh my god, that is insanity. Insanity. So, but I just want to say this is how you end Collision, but They did get a great event. I give a solid 9 out of 10. They did an amazing job with Fyter Fest. They really brought it. They do have some good matches for next week for Summer Blockbuster. I'm ready for it, but I give it a solid 9 out of 10. I do want to thank everyone for joining with me on this 4-hour edition of Timeless Elite Wednesday with yours truly. It was a lot of work, but we made it to the finish line. Really good matches. Got to see 3 of my clients tonight. And next week, I get to see 2 of my clients in action next week. So I'm very, very excited on that. You guys know where to follow me. I don't have to tell you, but thank you to all of you for pulling through with me on this. You guys definitely want me to do this, and especially for AEW, because we all want AEW to be better. In a nasty bump in the road, but they'll get to the finish line. But I want to thank you, all of you, on this special edition. And I will see you next week. And I want to thank everybody for listening along. I will see you on Friday for WWT Live, because we're going to give our bold predictions for TNA Against All Odds, Money in the Bank, and Worlds Collide. So thank you for supporting and sharing. Like, subscribe, everything of Women's Wrestling Talk. Also, we have an event. If you are in the West Coast, they have an event on Friday where they have Caribbean food. They're going to meet with each other, and you can see some of the favorite people on WWT. So thank you for joining, and make sure to follow Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet. Have a great evening, and I will see you on Friday.
Thanks for joining WWT. Don't forget to like us on all social media platforms at WW Talk Pod. Like and subscribe on all video and audio platforms, like yesterday, my G. And check out our website at www.talkpod.com. Thanks for watching Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.